Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Welcome everyone to the 330th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 28th, 2020. This is a broadcast from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond and I'll be a host today. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe he's ready to begin today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe, are you there?
Yes, good morning to you. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers. In so many ways, we are back in 330th teaching, which is roughly a good break into whole structure of teachings. It'll be interesting whether it'll be made to 660 and 990, and who will be teaching in those times. The knowledge of the Keshe Foundation has no limit, and in the past 330 teaching, we have covered every aspect of knowledge, from space to health to agriculture to materials. We have covered in depth and setup and have become to be a new science and technology on its own. All these technologies, all the breakthroughs has been taught by one man, which is very unusual. But when you carry the soul of the Creator, it's easy, as he knows all and shares all. In the past week, the week before, we start sharing a lot of knowledge about the history of the man on this planet. Part of this teaching is embedded in book number 4, the origin of the creation of solar system. All solar system create life in one way or another. During their life, during their existence, they create different ways of life, different strength, different approach, but in general, mankind is not the only creatures, or the life on this planet is not the only. Can I have the whiteboard, please? In this process, man needs to understand and to come to be able to comprehend more and more that in the depth of a space, everything he sees will be new, but he has to know his limitation. He has to know what he has and what he's got and what it comes. In so many ways, the universe is like Earth, has travelers, and he has residents, and he has those who explore and those who want to know more. As we travel around this planet, we go for excursions, we see the waterfalls, we see the valleys and deserts and enjoy each one of them. Each planet, each entity in the universe, every star has the same beauty, and it needs to be explored. In the past few months, we have seen that we have not been ready yet to become passengers of the universe. With what Corona has done to us, it has brought us home. We have a weakness in our structure of knowledge. We have a weakness in our understanding the process of the creation beyond what we know about our physical being. Even our physical entity, we have problem to understand it, to comprehend it. In some discussions, as is going on, and as we are reaching and approaching the point of what I call unification and coming to understand more about what is beyond the surface of this planet, what is happening, and who are the knowledgeable and who are those who travel the space. There is a need to explain something that in reality we will come to understand more. In the past years and thousands of years, as we see in the caves, drawn pictures by men, and in a recent time where we can actually photograph the lights and motion objects in the sky, we come to understand something very simple, and this is what man has to understand. On planet Earth, we observe dots of light. Some we see as systems, some come and some go. The size of these graphs we see are too tiny. If our sun is at this point and many stars and galaxies beyond, mankind has to understand one fundamental point, that people don't travel, beings don't travel all the way with one tiny spot, with tiny, what I call dingy craft. One of the reasons that many of us observe multiple lights and multiple systems is because they travel in a ship, in a mothership. And each mothership carries many races across the universe as they travel and they pick up and they land. They carry the total knowledge of the universe. And mankind soon will become one of the passengers of this, what we call motherships. We'll take with us what we have with our knowledge, and we live within these confinements or travel the depth of the space. In so many ways, as in the recent past, we see more and more combination and collection of these lights. It is important for us to understand that all these shapes and systems which has been observed for years, for thousands of years, are part and come within a larger system. In a way, each system sometimes carries many races of the universe, but they have learned to live in peaceful manner together. And even if we come to understand the first steps of this travel, we will come to an agreement and arrangement that we will travel with these. You got to understand that many of these do not travel like man does at the speeds and sitting around. They travel at the speeds beyond the imagination of the man, as we are trying to teach. But at the same time, there is no hurry. Man's time rotation of 24 hours is nothing in the span of the universe. So what is going to happen is when you become passengers of these ships, you will stand still for thousands of years. Because when you come out so long, so far, you want to pay a visit to every single star and planet on this end. You go to excursion, you go to land. And in that process, many of the lights we see in the sky, which our system tells us they are stars or planets, are actually spaceships. They're actually systems who stand still and mimic that process because they have to, because they're replication of it. In reality, what we see is a light and every other element which gives life to the existence of those inside. And mankind has not learned that yet. So when you look into the depth of the sky and you see bright lights in any shape or form, and they've been there from the time of Galileo or before, some of these are spaceships, in a way anchored, waiting for all the passengers to do what they like before going to the next destination. So if we become the passengers of the universe in these ships, as we have not evolved to understand the process of the strength of the soul of the man, we have to learn processes that we don't die while we're on these ships standing for thousands of years. So the process of what we understand now is how we can extend the life of the man. How we have come to understand the totality of existence. And how we are going to be passenger of these ships. And sometimes it takes us hundreds of years to meet with all the passengers on board. There are many with many beauties and very peaceful. So in that process, we need to go through a rapid, what we call evolution in the science of man. How to extend our lives beyond 50, 60, 100 years. How to be able to move in a direction of peaceful manner, that we don't eat others as we do on this planet. And on the other hand, we'll never be eaten, because this is not the behavior of the space. On the other hand, what we will have to learn is how to coexist, how to live, how to be able to be part of this community, understand them, understand their behavior, understand their interaction, and from day one to be peaceful. I have tried to teach you a lot, but one of the biggest problems with man is nationalism. On this planet, we are racist in shape or form about animals, about our color, about our borders, about our imaginary thinking of nations. Mankind will not become a passenger of this spaceship if it carries any of these with it. There should be no understanding if there should be no what I call intellect. Those who become the passengers of these spaceships to be able to travel the span of universe have to understand the rules. We see on this planet many people now talk about nationalism. I am this and that, and I'm proud to be. You have failed in the first step. You cannot become passengers of the universe. Those who have the advantage of thinking of the color of the skin, you cannot become a passenger. Those of you who consume physicality, you have a big problem. Because who are you going to want to eat next time on the board? And if you are nationalistic, where are you going to find your nationals? And the gangbang starts again. And this has to be understood. And as I said, even to our Iranian team, with negotiations with the Iranian officials, we negotiate as Keshe Foundation, not as a national or whatever. And this has to be carried out in Keshe Foundation. In our teachings and our work, no one should be proud of the nation, but to be proud to be a human as one race on the planet. And anywhere we see these faults, it shows how shortcoming these minds are and cannot and does not have a room in the structure of the Keshe Foundation. We have to understand we have become one nation. How can we have other nationals living within it? We have become one planet. How can we have other positions? And if we are one race, how can we have a color difference or nationality difference? In this structure, as we head towards the unification of mankind through the new technology, there is no room in Keshe Foundation for any of these, because as we become one nation and become part of the one universe, these things are the intellect of those who do not understand the work of the foundation. It has to be understood. Peace comes when it's unity. Peace comes when there is no division. And as we said, even the Creator has brought this balance. And one of the reasons we have brought this new condition is that the totality of the universe will enjoy the same knowledge at the same time. When you will travel the depth of the space from now on, when the completion of the cycle achieved, everyone understands the same. And is the intellect which you teach, is understanding and the beauty that you show. It's not just only on this planet which the Creator has this diversity. The diversity sits across the universe and has been cause of many problems. And with what has been decided and what is it taken is that the knowledge of the Creator is shared equally amongst all. And as I said from the beginning, when we take mankind to space, mankind will be as equal as to the others. But the others have inequalities as well. So when we take man into space, the whole of the universal community will be brought up to the same level. Be it the man from the earth, or be it the being from planet Zeus and beyond. This is rather important for humanity to understand, as from now on, the level of understanding of your soul will become what we call the chalk mark for life in the universe. In so many ways, it means whatever is created and not to be created will all start as one basic level, which means they all understand the fundamentals, what we try to take mankind to, how to travel into this space, how to be able to use the soul or be collective travelers in anything they like. As we see on Earth, we have jumbo jets and the rest of it, but we choose to travel with the cars and horses, the same distance and the same way. In so many ways, mankind has to learn that change has come, and the change has to come in a peaceful manner and as one. As I've said before, wherever we negotiate as Keshe Foundation, which in fact Keshe Foundation means one nation. It means one planet. It means one race. It means oneness in totality on this planet. Unfortunately, this can be done in different ways, but fortunately, we are going to do it in one way. And this process has started. And in so many ways, by understanding of the totality, when we leave this planet, we leave as one, not only from this planet, but as one across the universe. In so many ways, all the Keshe Foundation groups we set up have to work as one nation. No division, no superiority of nationalism and the rest. This has to stop because it shows how feeble the minds are when we are proud of a nation where we have to be proud of humanity, proud of being from this planet. We try to solve these problems before are met. We try to head on with preparing mankind by sometimes around 321 to have the first interaction with the universal community. It is you who will miss, not the rest of the universe. It is the new beginning, if you understand. It's what we planned, and this is what we will deliver. If you understand, as I said before, it's the point of completion. And we start a new life. And in so many ways, we have no choice. But as I started last week, we have to go to understand our origin, the true origin, how we were created. And then when we go to the next step in this creation, we have to understand, as we said last time, the planet Earth was made of Panja. And life was created on a certain zone. And what we call the original lives was not the same as man as we see today. They were created on this band because the amino acid, the condition for materials. And if you go back to the teachings from past 7, 8, 10 years, you will understand how even we became to be split in the brain and the body. Then we go deeper. We understand we created the man. Man through accident became and was created. It created his brain and it created his arm and legs and all the materials in it to be able to sustain life on this planet. But as we know, when you bring the diversity of the fields together to be able to operate as a collective one unit, we need to have a central control. And we understand that mankind has two central control. One for the total operation in respect to man and the outside, and one in respect to his own dimension of physicality. In that way, in that sense, mankind has no choice but to understand how to operate within these two. And in the past, as man did not know and did not understand the center of operation of his whole total entity, sits within the center of his brain, where his sun is. That's what we call the soul of the man. In so many ways, needs to be understood that how does this operates and interacts with this part. And the sooner we understand this, then the sooner we can bring cooperation and collaboration between the two parts. The biggest problem for mankind has been very simple. And those who understood this as a problem for the man, they have abused it. Because in so many ways, if you have created a central control for the operation of the cells that all can communicate and work with, you have to understand you created another part. You created what we call interaction between the physical part and what we call the mobile part, which is and will be what we call the body of the man. In so many ways, created in so many ways by different components, and with it came in different sections, which we call the lungs, the heart, and the operation of the two systems in being able to collaborate with each other. In a way, the two fields have to interact. That in the interaction between the fields of the physical dimension and the fields of energy or central control, in where they meet, they create what we call emotion. And this emotion has been the biggest problem for mankind. The brain of the man runs a physical operation with emotion, and the body of the man runs a system with no emotion, but as a system to get information and transfer back as information to the soul. So if we understood this, we'll understand different strengths in different position, in different structure of the brain, gives us different emotions. And one of the reasons man cannot free his soul is because he has not understood how the emotion is created and at what strength this emotion works, and how he can remove it when he needs or initiate it when he needs to create an interaction between the central point, what we call the soul of the man, and its physicality. You have to go back to the teachings where we explain how the dimension and flow of the what we call blood creates this magnetic field control, and how it decides how it penetrates, and what that penetration in the brain means different emotions. And if mankind starts understanding this, mankind will be able to become traveler of space. Which means you have to understand your emotion through the strength of the soul and not the strength of the physicality. Because when you become man of space, instead of your blood, you'll have another entity which has a soul. And the interaction of between his soul and your soul gives that emotion. And then we have to understand this, that there is no difference between the emotion of the interaction of the physicality of the man and any other creature in the universe. If mankind understand this, mankind will become and will be able to travel the depth of the universe with no problem. Recognition of interaction is the same in all dimensions. So when you become passengers of the universe, there should be no difference between the structure and the work of your soul, of physicality, and the soul of another entity. At the same time, each strength will give an indication to the soul of what are the intentions, what is the availability, and what is there to be changed and needs to be adjusted. In so many ways, if mankind moves to understand the interaction of the two fields of two systems will create given emotion, mankind will start measuring, understanding, replicating, and teaching the soul of the man for its dimension of physicality to recognize different emotions in the universe, where this will become the soul of the man and this become the soul of entity. As on the earth, we fix it, and as our systems, we can adjust it. We can adjust both systems to understand the color, the field, the emotion related to each interaction and strength. We can change, we can see how our soul reacts to different strengths, and in that process, what it means. For this process, we taught you the cup of man that became, in so many ways, the creator of that second soul for you to understand, to interact with, and understand what each emotion means. What does it mean, and what is strength? In so many ways, if you understood this, the next level of understanding, as we did with the soul of the man and with the entity of his physicality and its soul of physicality, now the scientists and those who want to become the man of space need to go back to one step. Make reactors dynamic as you've done before. Want to be the cup of life, one, and want to be the cup of life, two. And the interaction between the two, you can adjust and create and start understanding the interaction of the motions of the fields, and to start understanding the structure of the soul of the man in interaction with those of the universe. As I said, we never seen a cup life anywhere in the universe. And the next step for mankind will be in the research and development, the interaction of the cup of one in a dynamic form with the interaction of cup of two in the dynamic form, and in the position of the two, the creation of the fields of the emotion. And with that, mankind in a rapid way will start to understand interaction of the fields of emotion. How fields from this, it means sorrow. What fields from here, it means joy. And then in that process, mankind very rapidly will become a true man of space. As I said, we have reached post-Corona. Corona is for the leaders of the world to be busy with, where we take mankind into space, and we cannot be busy with that. In so many ways, if mankind understands the travel in the depth of the universe needs training, training of the soul, training of understanding the operation of the soul of the universe, even going as far as to understand the strength of the soul of the Creator. In one way or another, is all the same. It's on the strength and the eye of the soul of the beholder to understand even the communication and the feeling of his Creator. The process of unification will start from this point on. We start teaching you how to do not touch food, how do not touch what we call the wrong emotions. We teach you how to protect yourself in the depth of the universe, and in time, at the destined time, you will meet your what we call fellow passengers of the first spaceship, where you will become one of those to travel the depth of the universe. Some of you will graduate and reach the point of understanding the work of your soul, and you would not like to be a passenger. This has been gifted to the two souls of what we announced as before. For the rest would have a long way to understand to reach this point, as they were gifted by the soul in the level of the Creator. In so many ways, we'll expand and we develop. And in so many ways, we start teaching you how to, first of all, understand the creation of the emotions, control of the emotions, which has been a shackle on man, not to allow his soul to be free. And then the interaction of what we call the new systems of what we call universal cup ones and universal cup twos, where you understand the control of your soul and the soul of physicality, and how you can expand one to extend onto the others, or vice versa, the same. This will give you a trust to be able to let your physical dimensions to be handed over to your soul, and vice versa. In the coming weeks and time, as we develop the technology of the space rapidly in conjunction with the Iranian scientists, we start releasing these kind of informations for the others to follow. At the same time, when we reach to this point, we will understand huge problems. We will see massive, massive problems for humanity. Those who will take and run with the knowledge and enjoy its beauty, and those who will have a problem stuck in the racism, nationalism, and the rest. Soon you will understand why we created the Universal Councils and the Universal Council members. And in so many ways, in so many beautiful ways, the soul of the man is ready to take into space. As I said, if you go to the very first writings, we say we never see in the universe these kind of shapes. How did you expect your cup of one man and cup of two men to take you into space? Many of you should have realized this is the destiny. But step by step, we have to take you across. And if you understand how to operate these, in no time, Corona will be a friend that we need to learn from, that in the depth of the space, we come across many of these energy packs. How do we absorb them to become food, energy, and at the same time, we can use it to feed the others. In the next step in development of the soul of the man, man has come and has to move into what we call dynamic systems, as we did before, that in the interaction of it, he will understand all emotion of the soul of the man, not the emotion of physicality. And in that process, he decides where and how and when to join and to travel. In so many ways, you don't need a rocket or a spaceship to jump up into the spaceship above or the motherships if you have elevated to understand the work of the soul of the man in true dimension. So, in simple way, we will go through the same process. You can stay passengers of the spaceship called Earth as your forefathers did. You can develop yourself to the system to become coexister in the spaceships which travel the universe, or on the other hand, move a step up, move with the strength of the soul, and you can choose the point, the place, anywhere in the universe and the universe. In the next few months, we'll try to get you to this point. You will see new lights, you will see new features, you will see new colors that you have never seen. The color of the plasma is very different. If you look into the book number 3, where we showed the gases for the first time, we have explained that we'll see unusual colors of the gas. In a way, the gases and their interaction create a new dimension, a new colors that are not visible to the eye of the man, but they are part of the interaction, visualization, sensation, emotion of the soul of the man. When you put the gases together, as you see, is not the colors that your soul sees and observes and understands. Knowledge of man has to move on very rapidly, as we cannot leave it to be taught very, very gradual, as 2 reasons. The time of what we call balancing the whole of the universe is approaching and is very short. At the same time, if we teach this in the long term, will create more problems. So in the coming weeks, in the coming days, and many of you will need to and will move on to what we call the true structure of a dynamic soul. Both one to be the soul of your physicality and one to be the soul of the operation. And in learning how to interact between these two, you can change from one to another. In so many ways, mankind has no choice. Mankind and the rest of the creatures of the universe are all on the same track. There is no exam day to see who passes. It is the day when everybody will pass, will understand, and need to understand if they want to become the passengers of the universe. As we saw, a little dingy weather brought halt and abrupt abandoning of what it was supposed to be one of the most advanced launches of present time yesterday, with the most advanced nation on earth, what we call United States. They have to abandon after loading with the fear of even the system might explode while they were unloading. If we understand how backwards this technology is used by the what we call the present space technology scientists, it will be a jumping lead for the Keshe Foundation scientists who understand to move to this dimension. In so many ways, if you go back into the structure of the Keshe Foundation, when you understood the star formation, and then you understand now the position of the creation of the Ganses for the soul of the man, then it should not be very hard for you to know how to translate this into this. And in so many ways, mankind has to become the controller of his own destiny through his own essence. And if one understands the operation of what we call the soul of the man, then the man understands space is an oyster for those who can enjoy the expanded extension of life. So, what you call emotion is the interface between the two parties that both understand exactly the same as happens in your brain as the flow of the fields of the emotion of the blood from physicality in the interaction with the flow of the fields from the essence of the creation of it gives you what you call different emotions. If you understand this, if mankind moves to the next level of understanding of the interaction of the fields, mankind will rapidly develop new technologies and systems. And it goes back to what I've been asking you for over a year. Please do not look at the physicality, but look at the fields. Now you understand why. In so many ways, if mankind decides, he can combine many, many systems to travel with the essence of the motion, to travel with the speeds beyond the imagination of the man, and to be the passenger of the universe in any dimension. But mankind has to understand one process. What is the creator and what is to be what we call the light of the creator. If you understand that, then you understand simply one thing. When you have the sun and you have the rays of the sun, which one is the creator and each one is the essence? Rick, could I have the picture of the sun I sent you, please? In so many ways, mankind will have to take a leaping step to understand the totality and at the same time to understand how it's created and how the creation comes from the essence of the creator. If you look, if we can explain it in a very simple way, this is the creator. And the lights, as you see expanding out, are the essence. It's these which makes the life. It's these which leads to creation in the universe. In fact, the creator has a two dimension, one of its own and one which releases to be created out of what we call, in so many ways, mitras. As the creator stands alone, but through his essence leads to creation. In time, for those of you who progress in understanding the work of your soul, will understand how this works, because that's the key in the sacrosanct knowledge of the creation. This is how, even though keeps the same, it gives to exist, to be given to be the creator, to become the essence of creation in the universe. If you look at it this way, if the sun of this planet has taken and is so small that it can lead to the creation of man, then you've got to imagine what the Son of the Creator size will be. That by divisions of it and subdivisions of it from unicosmos to galaxies and the rest leads to creation, which is from remnants of the remnants of the remnants of the fields, which in so many ways mankind has become a factor of totality. But in essence, both comes for one to be created. Maybe mankind will have a chance to survive in the depth of the universe, conditioned upon that mankind understands the work of the universe and can exist and coexist within the fields of it, understanding of the emotion of it, and in so many ways, understanding of the totality of the interaction. In so many ways, if you understand that you are the passenger of another system, all you need to do is to tune to the soul of the planet. And the emotion will dictate and will tell you how and the way you can travel the space between the two in no time. The way you think and instantaneous. The way you work with your emotion is instantaneous. In so many ways is what the mankind has been looking for as zero time and space. Where the emotion is zero time and space, as it has no space, but the interaction of the fields gives it the dimension of time and space. Once mankind understand this, mankind does not need to fuel tanks and wait for thousands and millions of light years to reach. The existence of the universe is based on the interaction of the fields of the universe, and all travel at zero time and zero space. Time and space comes into operation when the matter state of existence appears and when the lower strengths need to find dimension of the travel. Anything, any point below the level of creator has time and space, where the creator has no time and no space, according to where these fields will manifest themselves. And only time and space exist at the point of the observation. Otherwise, there is no time and space anywhere in the dominion of the creator, as the whole is part of itself. Philosophers of coming generations will try to analyze this and try to explain, but it's as simple as this. There is no time from the essence of the creator to the point of creation. Only time exists when it's created and become tangible, when it has the existence confirmation of itself. And if the knowledge seekers understand this, you can travel the depth of the universe in no time and space till you arrive at the point of destination. Then at that point, you create your time and space. As you look for confirmation of existence. In so many ways, if you understood this, is no different than what we taught you from the beginning. The principle, the transition, and the matter state. the teaching, the understanding is exactly the same, be it from the creator to created, be it from the sun to the earth and manifestation of matter state, is all the same. And in so many ways, what you call transition, we call the mother. Because when it arrives, leads to the creation and confirmation of existence. It creates, it holds, it nourishes. So we understand why now we understand the position of the creator and what we call mitra, the essence of creation, the essence of life. And from now on, this essence will be equal to all created things in the dimension of universe, where now there is an order in this process, that all will be of the same and all will be shine equal in a matter of the soul, of the knowledge, and not the physicality. Even the knowledge has a strength, which means understanding of the work of the universe. I think what you have heard in past 45 minutes will change the course of humanity beyond understanding and makes man a true traveler of the space. And in so many ways, this is how the what we call universal enhancement systems will work. In so many ways, mankind has no choice. Now you have the whole knowledge of the creation. It's you who has to decide which way you will take steps and which way you decide to enhance and to nourish your soul. That through soul you can create any physicality. You got to understand, when you have the soul of the man and what we call the brain of the man and the motion of what we explained, the magnetic field, and the interaction of the two fields leads to emotion. Now you need to create those dynamic motors to measure and to replicate every emotion. As each one has a different strength and each one has a different meaning. One thing which many of you will fail is to understand in your initial steps how to create the dynamic systems of the soul and soul of physicality that can operate through the universal energy. And this will be one of the biggest puzzles for mankind. How you tap into the universal energy, that you can run a system that can interact with the energy fields of the soul, and you can feel it without the existence of the brain, and you become to be the passengers of the universe. As soon this will be the soul or the energy pack of the man and the creatures of the universe mankind will soon meet. Unfortunately, you thought you know everything and what's the next step. Unfortunately, it's you who have to decide. A simple factor. Do I see? Do I feel through the dimension of the physicality? Or do I see and do I feel in the dimension of the soul of the man? Where this soul is created by others and creates different line, but both has to be understood. Man will live as he has done a twin life, one through his physical understanding and one through his soul understanding. And both will give the same emotion to the man. In the physicality, we have condensed the interaction. In the universal condition, we have taken the physicality away for man to be free. In your sleep, you operate on this level. In the daytime, when you are awake, you operate on this level. But as in the waking time or a sleep time, you still have that part of the brain. What goes on between the two due to the mass interaction of what is as a brain, we remember some of these as dreams and memories. Dreams are interaction of the fields with the soul and what is remnants left within the brain as they slow down and we remember. And as they touch on the way back, and every cell of the man has understanding of his position, mankind will visualize and mankind will taste and touch and feel as it touches different structure of the physicality. At different structure. In a way, what this means is that even the soul has a memory. A full interaction of the fields within itself gives its memory and its emotion. As it has a center and has to move out, and the same interaction will take place within this field. I hope I have not lost you in the maze of the knowledge of the universe. And if we have, you need to listen to this teaching. many, many times. Many, many times. Teaching the knowledge of the Creator is simple. Understanding it depends on the ear, knowledge, and audacity of the listener. It is not simple if you don't understand. And it's simple if you understand. There is no other way we can teach you. And in so many ways, if you understood and understand the power within, in the interaction of your soul, you can create this, and through this, physicality, or vice versa. Then this is not subject to amino acid or protein or a position of planet, but to the strength of the fields of the point of manifestation. That's how man was created, with brain, understanding. In a way, you decide your own physicality at the point of the transition's arrival, both from your soul or the soul of the Creator. If you understood this in so many ways, then you can go back to the next step. As you've seen in the body of the man, what comes as field of the emotion, and what comes as the field of emotion of the soul in interaction with each other creates the self and the physicality. At the point, at a given point within the structure of the body of the man. So if you understood this and understand that if you can use the essence of the creation and the dimension of your own soul and direction of its interaction of the fields of it, you can manifest yourself anywhere in the universe in any shape and form that you might need to be able to exist in that point, where in fact this becomes this, and this becomes this, and that point becomes the mother point, the point of the creation and manifestation. With this, if you understand, man has no worries where to and how to manifest itself at any point, be it in the depth of the ocean surface at the bottom, or be it in the highest and hottest volcanic eruption in the universe, or in the feature of a man. As I said in the recent teachings, mankind has not lived in the true space, open space of the universe. And as an example, in some of the recent teachings I explained, mankind takes off, he calls himself a man of the space, travels to the moon in the same suit, in the same capsule, in the same body, and comes back. Mankind has not up to today have lived in the open span of the universe. We do not know how he react. If we leave man in space, would he survive? Would he demise? In so many ways, when we have the birth from the womb of the mother into the atmospheric condition of the earth, the child goes through a transition from the liquid to a gaseous state. Would there be any difference if the child is born in the vacuum of the energy of the universe and taps into the universal energy? In the near future, mankind will do this test to see if its offspring need to be born in an atmospheric condition or can be born in any condition. And the child will decide on his own destiny at the point of arrival. In a way, mankind will start giving birth to his offspring according to the position and the place where it manifests itself. And one thing is sure, the child will survive. If it's tuned in a direct line, how to use and how to tap into the universal energy at the point of their creation or birth. All these are dilemmas which from now on will face the mankind. And all these needs huge assets and investment by the governments and the nations of the world to achieve, to be able to catch up with the rest of universal community as the knowledge is given, and the mankind needs to utilize it to become the true passenger of the universe. When man came out of the water to take air, he did not die. So shall not die in the depth of the universe when it gives birth to the new child. And in that process, one point will come very clear for mankind, that man can live in any dimension across this universe. And it's him who has trapped himself in the dimension of physicality on this planet. Any questions? We have no questions. We call it a day.
I'm sure the questions will start coming in. There's a hand popping up as we speak from Liliana. Go ahead.
Buenos días, Mr. Keshe, a todos. Soy Liliana López de México.
Do we have a Spanish translator?
We have John Wells should be able to do that. Let me get that lined up. Can you do that, John?
Yes, I'm accommodating my microphone. Sure, I'll listen. But I've missed the first part of the reading or the teaching. Adelante, Liliana.
You should learn it with your soul, John.
Yes, I will, yes. No, I'll catch up immediately. Liliana, sí, adelante.
Sí, gracias, John. Una pregunta que habían hecho la semana pasada era, no sé si quisiera responder, era que si los reactores del cuerpo humano corresponden a los Tian Tian de la medicina tradicional china.
This is a question that remained from the last week. Does this coincide with Chinese medicine, what you're teaching? The Bien Tienes. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce this.
Oh, no, nothing to do with Chinese medicine. We don't teach medicine here. We teach creation of the soul.
No tiene nada que ver con la medicina china. Aquí enseñamos la enseñanza del alma.
Ah, ok. Es que, bueno, era como una comparación con la medicina china, ya que ellos mencionan que tienen 3 reactores en el cuerpo. Uno a la altura de la glándula pineal, otro a la altura del corazón y otro a la altura del segundo chakra.
She's asking this because the Chinese mentions they have 3 points of coincidence. The heart chakra, the pineal gland chakra, and the third one.
Can we pass this question because it has no relevance to what we teach?
Sí, no tiene nada que ver. Seguimos con otra pregunta.
Ah, ok. Tengo otra, pero es relacionada ahorita a lo que comentó Mr. Kesh. Que cuando se refiere a que el alma tiene memoria, se refiere a que tuvo muchos cuerpos físicos que vivían en la Tierra o en algún otro planeta.
When you mentioned that the soul has memory, does this mean the soul remembers previous lives or in any other place or on earth?
I'm going to answer you in a very, very easy way.
Lo contestaré de una forma muy fácil.
Your physicality remembers the color of your hair from your grandma, your grandparents and great-grandparents and everything else that has made you what you call in your DNA and RNA. And your soul is created by the interaction of the physics of these fields. What do you think? Can it be any different? When I explain to you in a much easier way if you don't understand. When you put the gases in the dynamic system, when you create the hollow center, which that hollow center becomes the radiator of the higher order fields, this was created from the interaction of the fields of this. So if this led to the creation of physicality, so does your soul will do the same. So in fact, within your soul, as you carry the DNA of the physicality, you will carry the memory of those who made the DNA. Which means your soul is aware of the whole structure and more, partially of the DNA, and on the other hand, of its own existence and memory, which man has no access to at this moment. So it records both due to the physical condition was created, and secondly, due the understanding and interaction of with other fields of the universe, what we call the soul of the creator. So yes, your soul will remember both operation of the DNA, which is your physical dimension, and operation of its own operation with other souls in the universe. Has a huge memory bank and remembers everything because it's made of both. And what will be interesting, you'll understand soon, that the memory of the soul of any creature carries the totality of the information of the universe, and not the line of what you call DNA. Because in the universe, once a decision is made, is available to all, and depends what you want to use it for and if you want to access. So the soul of the man doesn't have only the memory of the mankind, he has the memory of the totality. From beginning of the time. Any other question?
Yes, we have a question from YouTube before Ruthie, perhaps, from Mary Beth, who says, can you ask Mr. Keshe to go into more detail on what the universal language is and understanding it and speaking it?
In time. In time.
Okay, thank you. Ruthie, could you go ahead?
Oh, okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. So I have two questions, not two questions, maybe one. First is what you mentioned, the memory bank of the universe. I think this maybe could be somebody called it Akash record. They call the, it's the same meaning of the data bank of the universe. So the whole universe actually has one. So if you can tap into that, it's including all the creation of the creator. The information was there, right?
You explain.
Okay. So, but I
You
have
have,
a.
let me explain for people to understand. Wang Lin is an expert in Akashi. And everything in her life ends up with Akashi. She's a master and a teacher in that, and she's still a student in so many ways. So you have to understand the background she comes from. She spends a lot of time explaining even an Akasha of a stone. So with that background, you have to understand where she comes from. Carry on.
Okay. So another question is about the mother of the creation, because you mentioned the Mitra is the essence of the creator. So
Yeah.
I want to know, is that mother of the creation is also come out from the creator? That means,
Of course, it's the
yeah.
light of the creator.
So that means the essence of the creator means the light of the creator is what you called Mitra, right?
Yeah, Mitra, yes.
Mitra.
It's very hard for the Chinese to say re.
Yeah, so what Mitra, because I don't understand these words. I checked. It's tell me it's a god name.
It's a
in
goddess of creation.
yeah, goddess of creation. Okay, and then I understand. So then that will be so beautiful. Because from my understanding, it's the first time you have to reach the level. If you like, we want to become from a human, go back to creator. First, you have to be like became the light of the creator. That means you reach the level of the mother for creation, and then go back to the essence. So actually, meter is the transmission matter. Transition matter.
Depends where you want it to be met.
Yeah, that's depends the compared to the matter level of the matter strength. So it's changes.
Yep.
That's what you explained. It's depend on the depend by the observer.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
What does that say in Akashiti?
I don't know, but today your teaching, it's like it's link or like wake up a lot of things in my understanding. It's like suddenly, very easily, I understand a lot, but I cannot see what is that.
It brings a lot of things together in order.
Yes, actually, it's like before. It's in different. The mountains are in different, covered by different clouds here and there. Some is a little bit shown, some is behind that, and now it's like a wind comes in, and all this blurred, this hiding things was being disappeared. It shows a picture how everything is positioned, where is where. It's a very strange feeling.
Why? It explains a lot.
Yeah, it's a kind of exciting to suddenly understand, and then you will see, my God, how easy it is. And before, it's a lot of mess in your brain. In my brain, cannot understand. We heard this, we heard that, we heard so many concepts. It's in a big mess. Try to understand, but it's like suddenly it became so clear.
So
I just want to say I'm so excited and happy to learn a little bit more from your today's teaching. But I think that will really bring some big progress for the consciousness of humanity if really people understand this.
try to teach us. Explain.
How to say? You see, I have reading so many like Buddhist books. In some book, it's very, very heavy, hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, and they try to explain, or they try to use samples to explain. But it's not like today. You just give a simple draft to understand how the universe is created, how everything is in the same structure, the same way to be created, from no matter any matter, a stone, a sand, or life, a creature, small insect, a human, or a planet, or whole universe. So actually this go back to
Have we lost her? Hello?
Hello, Ruthie. I see the microphone's open, but we don't hear any sound coming out. It seems like
I
it just
think-
cut out suddenly.
Just give her a chance. Hello? I think she got too excited, so did the wavelength.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
It's just
Well-
got caught her up in there. Let me explain to you till she comes back. She has most probably to retune to another server. Lynn is another part of the twin set with Ella. And she is Buddhist in the essence of learning from the monks in the temples. And she is in so many ways a deep thinker in Akashi. And many hours she spends around China to deepen the understanding of the soul of the man and the physicality and a lot of others. And a very deep thinker when it comes to understanding of the operation of the life of the man and the life of the creator. We cannot get her back. I think the Chinese didn't want us to understand much.
Well, perhaps we could hear from Jill. I'm sorry,
It
go ahead.
says,
Mr.
I
Kish.
can hear you, but she cannot talk.
Okay. Well, you can, she could type in a question and you could answer, I suppose, but. Or we can move on to Jalel, who's waiting, and a couple of others.
hello, can you hear?
Oh, she's back.
Oh God.
Yep.
It shows my microphone is always correct. It's on, but I don't know. You cannot hear.
I think the Chinese government thought you're giving too much information about Akashi and soul. That's why they cut you off.
Oh no.
Okay. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's go back to your first book, The Structure of a Plasma. So that's all the like creation is follow that structure to
Yeah.
understand more.
Our webmaster says your Akashi hard disk crashed. That's why you disappeared. So you're back on. Explain to us what you see. You read all the books. And what do you see? What do you see through Akashi and the future of mankind in what you learned today and before?
Oh, actually, for Akashi, I'm still a practitioner. So just sometimes it gives me some amazing view or some amazing information. but I can see because when I first time to like join the Akash training, and I found that they are doing the same thing. It's like they have no limitation. It's like they just everybody has that opportunity to be trained and access the Akash recording. That means
Well, yeah.
to tap into the universal memory bank.
Okay. And what do you know and where you sit? Where do you think mankind will go with this new knowledge?
Yeah, I think that is why we are here. That is the change point. Because as a Chinese knowledge seeker, he has a question here. He's asking, why? Because if our soul has the full memory, why when we created the our physic body and now we lose that memory?
Because you got a weak planet with its own weaknesses that created that weaknesses in the interaction with the soul of the man. It's the fault of the planet and its fields, not the soul. You can only make with what you cut out as a statue. Doesn't change the essence of what the statue is made of. If you're an amateur, you make it with a lot of faults. If you're a master, you make a statue without any faults. And that comes from the essence of the interaction of the fields of the planets and destination and the point of manifestation. If you could find anywhere in the universe that in fields and strength and in proportion, the same as the strength of the creator, you will create a perfect entity, the same as the creator.
Then I understand how important the universal enhancement unit is, because it can create the universal field, and then it will bring back us to be perfect, not being limited by the Earth's magnetic field again.
Exactly.
Wow, so beautiful.
This is why with the second unit of enhancement system, we can create any condition of fields, matter and plasma in the universe, in the system. Anything else? Have we lost Wang Lin again?
Oh yeah. Can you explain like how we can communicate with the lovers or relatives who had passed over? Because some Chinese is asking this question.
Does he or she wants the lover, ex-lover, or people who died? There's a big difference to communicate the soul of a live one.
Her lover, I think. Yeah.
The existence of the soul in both dimensions is that the line exists, is that the other has to accept it. You cannot force to open. Before you were born, at the point of inception, and when he was born, does not matter where in the universe, you already have a line of connection. is how we are positioned. We accept the positioning of our souls. So depends what message you send, and depends if he accepts the message to return. It's not that he's not aware of it, especially if you've been a lover and you have already established, or you have established connection at a higher strength. If we have that directly with our family, with our parents, with our friends or relatives who die, they leave the physical dimension, but they still exist in the dimension of the fields of the universe. So you can always communicate with, and it's the same with your lover. You have established it. And if you have managed to literally, how I'll teach you a trick. This is a very, very what I call beautiful trick. If you can give and know at the same time how to take, which means this is the strength you're aware of, and because it's you, and this is the strength you are aware of because it's him, you become the controller of the emotion, and you can establish a line. He can miss you, he wants you, you create that, he feels that. So simple. If you create a clear point, even there's been a problem in physicality, you can establish that link through the soul. And then he assesses if he wants to keep it, or you used to be a naughty girl. She says, no way. I'm not letting you even know to establish this line. In a way, you have to be able to create your own loop. Don't forget, the strength of the gravitational is much bigger than the magnetical in the direction of the pull. So you can even understand and allow them to change the position themselves, but you cannot steal. The minute you go to that point of taking, you reduce from your own. And that's what you do not need. In any way, you cannot receive anyhow. It means you lost too much energy in trying to achieve something which was not yours. You cannot play, what do you call it, the pin cushion, what I call game. Anything else?
This seems related to Dan's question in the Q&A, so I'll put that in now. Is this the same thing as the proton, which is the main energy, the neutron, the transition matter, and the electron, which is the matter?
What?
Well, you sort of have a picture of what looks like the proton and electron here. And I'm thinking, Dan's question is it the same thing as the proton? He had this question from before. Is it the same thing as the proton, neutron, and electron in terms of the transition, the matter transition banner, and so on that you had in the diagram before?
Not really. If you put neutron as the creator, you end up with two created things of electron and proton. Neutron is the dimension of the physicality interaction in the level of matter level, where if you work, understand, work in the energy, or try what we call energy as a dynamic field force, or what we call fields in motion, magnetic fields in motion, we call it energy in comparison to the point at two given points. If we redefine the energy in that way, then we can understand the totality of the creation. Any other question?
Okay, Dan also asks, how do I distinguish between the two fields, the magnetic and gravitational, where I place the point of interaction and emotion of a certain intensity?
If you gotta find out where you push, and you gotta find out where you're getting pushed.
Well, that gets into his third question, which is, who determines the interaction between my emotions and my intentions?
You. Intention is physical. Emotion is an interaction of the fields of the physicality, solar physicality, and the solar matter. Intention is the time when you made the decision on the emotion and you act. When you speak about the intention and then you understand it, then you will find out I tell you something, is I was looking at it. I want you to see something. It's touched me very deep, this, in the past 24 hours. And if you know this picture, you see, this is the intention. This police officer wants to kill the man, and he kills him on the spot. If you see in the video that he deliberately goes to kill because the man is of a different color and race. And a watcher videos the whole passing. Can this officer walk away without murder in the United States just because he wears a white skin? His intention was to kill from the beginning. And if you watch the rest of the video, is President Trump was going to leave this man alone as the president of this country? Or execution has to be for him a path. Not the physical execution, by taking his soul from him. If you watch this video, it gives you a lot of things why a nation called United States should not exist. when this atrocities has passed on the street and the President of the United States does nothing for it. The intention from the minute to the intention when the life runs out of this man is all recorded by that white officer. Was it the emotion or was it the intention? Sometimes I think when I watch more and more about how the color of the skin has become the pride of the white skin, shall we ban that till they learn and count all of them the same? This is a horrendous picture to watch, a video to watch. And he's so proud he can kill a man. I wonder if anyone can watch the video where this man sits on this man till his life runs out of him and he's so proud, has become the behavior of that uniform and that nation. And my intention is very simple. No American can leave their nation till the chip which is put by Mr. Gate shows they have never touched a gun, they have never done any criminality, otherwise they go back to their country. If we deport all the American diplomats and citizens back to their own nation and give them the freedom of do what they like, that this animal behavior has become the pattern of the American nation and citizens. This is how we see them outside the United States, as murderers. The hate created by emotion and intention of very few is damaging the rest. If a black man would have done this to a white man, there would have been riots on the street of the United States. The cameraman watches it from the beginning to the end. That's the emotion of thuggery and disgrace, and the rest of it is not to be said. When I see pictures like this, it doesn't matter which country and which nation, it shows mankind is not ready to join the universal community. In so many ways, it brings shame to be in the body of the man. Go on the internet and watch this video and ask yourself one question. Was this the American dream? And then you understand why we need to understand. But I told you at the beginning, there should be no nationalism, no racism. And this is what it is. This happens on the street of the United States every day. And every other country where that uniform goes on, or the thuggery in different shape and form. You tell me you want me to take this man into space. You think his soul will allow him to go to space? And interesting enough, the same behavior you see with the man there is the behavior of Gates. The color underneath his foot and nothing as long as he becomes rich. It's the same behavior, it's the same intention. You put a face to that officer. Change name. Sometimes I wish I was never born to see these things on this planet and never accepted this. But how are you going to change this behavior? We saw it in South Africa. We've seen it wherever the white skin goes. We've seen it in India. We've seen it in the whole of Western East Africa. We've seen it everywhere. That color of the skin moves. When you go to African nations, black does the same to black. When you go anywhere in the world, people do these things to each other. Why? Why mankind is like this? And why are they spending so much time trying to get this animal out of this behavior? This is a shameful behavior. It doesn't matter what color and race you put it on. And this comes, that's what I said at the beginning. In Keshe Foundation, there should be no nationalism. My nation, your nation is this planet, or leave the foundation. My nation is what? Humanity, to make it to one nation's universe. This is why we establish universal councils by language that is equal across this planet. And in so many ways, why does man does this to another man? He's not food. He's not air. He's another being that it needs to destroy. And this is what we call disgrace, disgrace, and disgrace. To be a human. Why do we do these things to each other on this planet? We do it with the chicken, we do it with the lamb, we do it with the fish, we do it with our own species, and there's no end to it. I've seen many pictures like this, and I've witnessed many situations like this around the world. I can show you the same uniform in China with shotguns shooting people on the street during the corona. You see the same. What does make a man difference when that uniform goes out? How does it affect the emotion of the man? Is this man a father to somebody who's dying on the child will not have a father tonight? Or is that man has a son who's got to pay for the crime of the father to be crushed somewhere on the street in the coming days for him to pick up his pieces? Where do we elevate the soul of the man to stop these things? And it is amazing how people see no value in another life. And how long would it take us to change this? I said to someone very recently, they said America is a majority white. I said, yes, but they take majority of the death of the corona too. What do we need to bring on this planet to change this? We do it on the name of God, the religion, the banking, the drug trafficking, and everything else you want to name it. What emotion brings that intention to kill? You see the man after killing this man walking so proud. Go and watch the video on the internet. Is there a justice in the United States? I know what I'll do with this man. The new way is very simple. Then why do you expect to become the man of a space when you're like this? It's 10 minutes video. You watch till this man kills this man. And it's all of it recorded. Now you understand why there is so much wrong with the whole structure of this planet. And sometimes I think we're wasting time here. Let it go, but faster. Who said the European color is a superior color? Except them by murdering and killing for centuries. Romans are not short, nor the Persian Empire, nor the Chinese, nor the Mongols. They've all been through this process of murder. But why mankind is like this. And how do you want me to take you into universal community when they see this every day? A lion does it to a deer, a tiger does it to a rat. Doesn't make any difference. Why this planet see killing as a way of surviving and creating an emotion of satisfaction? I really didn't want to teach today. I thought mankind will never go forward. When I saw this video, I watched another video again by the Americans very recently, the same behavior in Iraq. Life of the man is a computer game to them. What about if we lock these people up to be only in their own country? No trade, nothing at all. Let them find their own solutions. An American dream has become a nightmare dream for human race. Wars after wars, killing after killing. And they're making it so common that they're right. Push it another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and put a ban on any shipment to China or to United States, and then you will see what happens. They start killing each other. But why do we have to get to this point? This picture we will give to the ambassadors we meet in the coming days, and we want an answer. Both to the fate of the man underneath and the fate of the man above. And those officers who watch it as collaborators. World peace is the cornerstone of finding peace. And what is interesting is this. If you read it and understand it, it says, see what US cops are doing to minorities. Let us elevate the soul of these US cops. I give freely from my soul to the soul of US cops to take from what they need to help to create peace. This is a mentality of the new generation, what we call the Keshe generation, where we have seen a new solution, where we have found a different way to approach. Where it's not consist with the present world. Where we need to understand how to unshackle the shackles of the emotion of the man, that the soul of the man can be freed. What I would love to do with this officer is to put him in an enhancement machine and let him go through the emotion and let him lose. I promise you one thing he will do. He will commit suicide. And with it, the structure will take his own children with him, that nobody will do the same again. When they do it to themselves, it's not a murder. But do we need to take him to that level? The whole problem with mankind is not kind at all, and it's not a man either. And what is needed is how to change 7 billion, 8 billion, and continuously keep the same in the next generations, and then the animals, and then the plants, and the rest of it. What is wrong with this planet? What do you do if you are the son of the man in the skin of black? When he'll never come home, you have to be brought up orphan for the rest of the year. And what would you do if you knew your father has the blue uniform and committed such a crime? And you have to pay for it. Would we do things out of fear? Or would we do things from now on out of understanding the truth? Now you understand why I say I'm ashamed to be in the body of the man. And maybe you understand why we are changing everything so rapidly. And in so many ways, do you want to travel with this man in a spaceship in the blue? Most probably he's a rapist, he's an abuser, and everything else you can imagine. Would you trust your daughter, your wife, your sister with a man like this? This, what you see here in front of you, has happened to us. But with 8 officers from Belgian police and Caroline. The same woman, that black man down there, is a white woman. Where I heard the noise and the cry on the other end of the phone. They're so mad that they waited for me to leave the house to attack a woman in a Belgian police uniform. And it's the same uniform which appeared in the courts. Same man. You'll find out something very interesting with all the uniforms abusers like this. They're all part of what we call criminals. And in so many ways, like the police officers, they are in child trafficking. They murder children, so adults is no different to them. They start with young, and these things to them is nothing. And in so many ways, we can tell you a lot more. The only thing which is left in the world is not to trust the man in the uniform. Especially when he's blue, as a police officer, is not to protect. This is exactly what everything has gone wrong in this on this planet. The job description is exactly opposite to the action of the man who does the job. Now, do you want to bring peace on this planet? And in so many ways, there is no difference between that man in blue and the man in a pink shirt or a pink trousers. The same thuggery, the same, but different proportion. There's no difference between a king and a thug police officer. Both the same behavior, the same request. Take what is not mine with force and killing. That's the king of Belgium. And a victim sitting in the white. No difference. Thuggery in this world goes from the king down, all the way down to their soldiers and the servicemen. How can we stop this? Why man has an emotion of power to think he can do what he likes. There is no difference. Animal behavior is all the same. Wearing a red trousers or a blue shirt in the uniform. Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, Liliana has put a question in the Q&A that's appropriate, I think, and many people would be interested. She says, are there entities that feed on our negative energy?
Yes, our physicality. The only feeder is our physicality. And that's why you understand when I tell you, when Paul, John the Pope, died, his soul was literally nothing, because he was aware of so much crimes by the priests around the world. Abusing children, child trafficking through church, and every other thing you can imagine.
Can you take another question?
Yep.
Mark Kern has his hand up. Let's allow him to speak. And then there's Pia and Thomas after that.
Hello, Mr. Gish. Mark Curran from Cape Town, South Africa.
Yes, Mark.
This is what you said on these dynamic systems. If you haven't got any of them, would it be possible to make a stand and put cup 1 on top above the head and cup 2 below the feet and stand in between? I know you're not going to have
anything you like.
Yeah, I'm asking this because if you haven't got the dynamic system, surely and you always saying we should try and get the fields. This will help, I'm sure, in a way, with the soul.
You see, you have to understand and create the condition of the universal motion.
Yeah, but I'm saying we haven't got the dynamic system. Surely this will also help.
You can do anything, everything helps, but it depends in what you want to achieve, in where and how. Everything helps. As I said, with what we call dynamic systems, you create near virtual reality, but it has other dimensions.
Yeah.
We teach for everything. It depends on your ingenuity what to do.
And the next thing I'd like to ask, Mr. Kish, is enhancement units. What is the perfect number to have in a center like you have in that John's doing in America?
Who's doing in America?
John, isn't it? I think his name's John in America. The Kish center.
The number of units.
Yeah.
Number of units in a circle, you mean, like?
Yeah.
We have set up in a way, originally the perfect combination is 12.
Yeah, that's what I remembered. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, the perfect combination is 12. Where with John is set at 10, is 9 and 1 in the middle, all the way they set it. The perfect condition is 12.
12.
Yeah.
And can you explain why 12?
It's the way you realign the fields.
All right.
The setup in Iran will be 12, and it's a perfect combination because the way we set the systems up, the way we do a structure of it, and There is a lot in setting of 12.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we've got Pia. If you'd like to go ahead.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for what you're bringing. I really thank you. And I just want to go into that you mentioned about emotions. You said don't come in touch with certain emotions and also the control of the emotions. So I just got very inspired when you said this, because that's what I have been thinking of, that many also maybe are working on to start to learn more about this topic, so we can get trained, like you said, trained about our own emotions, how we can handle, and that maybe we can have a chance now to think more about how we can do it actually from the school systems, the elementary school for children, and maybe how it can be interesting to work with actually, like how we can control our own, maybe we could call it a radio station, which channel we want to tune in and which channel we should not tune in, and how we can keep that more in control, because it seems like we already from very young or child, we're trapped in some emotions. And of course there's some cases where you cannot help because people are catch up in certain situations, but maybe we could learn more about how we actually could help ourselves so we will not get so trapped up and control our emotions. So that's just what I thank you about. You brought this to the table.
The problem is that in the coming weeks, we teach, as part of the teaching, as part of the process of reaching the ultimate goal, that how to understand emotions are created in a fundamental way, and how we create a bridge gap, a process to change the emotion. A lot of emotion has a psychological pattern of memory that we react according to. And if man understands this, that he can override it, can control it, can understand how it's created inside the body of the man, then in so many ways we can free the soul of the man through control of emotion. And more or less it's the only way. You can die and let the soul free, or understand the behavior and control of the emotion to create that dimension of freedom. There is a structure that if you really understand, the soul of the man is much more powerful than the soul of the physicality. And in so many ways, the physicality has created such a heavy blanket on it that it cannot escape. But to control it, to hold it, within the structure he has created, which is the cells of the brain of the man, which create the emotion, man consciously can control those to, in a way, push the barrier beyond and then take over. This is what you do as what you call like reflex. Changing to take over by emotion, from by soul, it's very easy. You can reduce the strength of your cage, which is your blood circulation, or you can diminish the strength of the emotion, which because of the strength of the soul will take over the physicality. Then emotion will take itself and the physicality will take over, but then you're already in charge. In so many ways, we can control emotion very easy, not only of ours, but the others. Just a simple word, a simple touch. It brings back a lot of peace. If you listen to the teachings a month, 2 months ago, and if you listen to the teaching the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you can see how has changed. And the deeper we go into the teaching, the whole teaching changes. Because we understand, and in so many ways, we deliver in the physicality of the man. And when the soul is at peace, it delivers in the voice of the Creator, much easier. The man has not got much in it. But it's very easy once we start teaching you how to control the soul. You'll find out that it gets to the point that the emotion itself becomes trapped and in cage of the physicality. What does this mean? You saw the officer. If he ever comes to the point to understand that he can use emotion to do whatever expansion of the soul, freedom of the soul, its own emotion through the essence of the soul of physicality will block him. And they will suffer. Physicality will suffer heavily. There is a study done by what we call psychologists of war. The soldiers who have killed, in return, even if they brag about it or being victorious about it, live a very horrible life. Extremely horrible life. And one day I would like to get these reports opened up. Psychological warfare and after killing. Inside will take the energy from the soul. That's so much so that the emotion will take over and make the soul a prisoner. And then that's the time when there is no light. in so many ways. There is a video on news somewhere, if you can find it. It's a black guy who's an executioner, putting people on the electric chairs or whatever in the United States, and he says how many people he's put on the chair till he gets trapped himself in a situation and become a prisoner himself. And he talks about it very frankly, how it changes life, that mistake that he ended up in his prison because it had nothing to do with him. And when he speaks about behaving like God, thinking that he is because he can take life, is something very, very strange feeling. In a way, he says, serving justice. What changed his life? He found that one of the people he put to chair was innocent and he could not handle it. There's a lot of work into the emotion and psychology of the soul of the man, but most of it is done by religious organizations like Vatican. It's done by theologists, because with these studies, they want to know how they can abuse more man with their soul, with their conscience, we call it. How even positioning a chair in a church will bring so much what and how they get. And it's done there's a lot of research into these kind of things by religious organizations, because it's the way they look to trap the physicality. And it's a field of study, capturing the soul of the man, or imprisoning the soul, the freedom of the man's life through his emotion. Any other question?
Thank you.
Yes. Thomas, if you could go ahead, allow you to speak there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can sort of barely hear you. If you get a little closer to the mic, it might be better.
Yes. I'm Thomas from Switzerland. Mr. Kesh, I saw these terrible pictures from this killed person yesterday. And it was such a pain. How is it possible that people can do what this policeman did? And there is my question. What can I do? It pains me so much, and then it takes over my whole body, and I start shaking. And I just don't know what to do. Is there anything I can do to help these people? I'm sorry.
In so many ways, I think I went through the same emotion as you did. You're from Switzerland.
Yes. Yes.
I've been through this, and especially by a Swiss officer, but in a different way. A Swiss officer, I didn't know he was an officer, came to see me in Italy by Lake Garda. And I didn't know who he was. He said he came to see me for a specific reason, that I could know I can help him with his health. And it was a very critical situation. I said, tell me, how do you know about me? He said, you saved my life and I saved yours. I said, explain. He said, I'm one of the top Swiss security, national intelligence. I said, yes. He said, your file is on my table. Has been on my table. We've been watching you. And I've been to every doctor, and I know there is no cure. And we all know that you have the knowledge to help us, or to help me. He came with his wife. I said to him, why are you doing this? He said, you saved my life, I save yours. I said, I don't need saving. He said to me, do not put foot in Switzerland, and especially in these expositions. I said, why? He said, the Americans have brought people to kill you if you come to Switzerland to interfere with the 5+1 conference negotiation. And he said, I'm the head of intelligence in this group, and I tell you this, that's how it's going to stay. I save your life, you save mine. And I sat for a while thinking about it. And I thought, how can they plan to kill somebody who plans to create peace? And how many head of intelligence groups carry so much dossier on me that they can do what they like, and they know who's going to do what, and they do not do anything about it. And it's very strange how we understand about value of a life by the different people on the different people's lives. There's not much we can do. Because if you think of it, if I would have gone to Geneva or to somewhere else by accident, and this man knew I'll be killed, why did I have to exchange my life for his life? Why do we need to go through this process to learn? Why do we need to ever watch these things? Nothing we can do unless and except to educate the way we are doing. This is what we see in this video is every day happening. And I've been through it for 11 days, being told exactly like that black man in the airport in Canada, being told I'll be executed. I know what that man went through. And I watched my sister crying behind bulletproof screen, telling her, if you let anybody know, you could kill him. And that was my sister crying. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I still see the mascaras running down her cheek, trying to save my life in the hand of the thugs of Canadian government. And there's nothing we can do. And if I want to commit murder, I can take their lives all in one go. Then I'll be like them. I took the path of teaching to walk man out of this, but sometimes it's very hard. If you sit in my chair as the head of Keshe Foundation's operation, you see videos and security information that you don't want to be alive. But we have to watch and find a solution. I get all sorts of reports like this on my desk on a daily basis. But what this brought me is, what are we going to do with this nation? And this behavior is becoming ingrained in our children, with their games coming from this behavior from this nation. To them is power. To me is suffering of the children of both sides. He has to pay for it, and he'll pay the same if he knew it. This video, I want to understand what is going to be done by Trump on this chapter. Is he still going to make a nuke? And is he still going to do something else? And in so many ways, why do we see this only out of this nation? It doesn't matter, we send the Chinese, Africans, Europeans, they get to that land. Next generation, same generation, they become thugs like this. What is wrong with this land? Not much we can do except to teach and elevate enough souls that mankind moves from this position. I can show you videos of executions live on the street. I think this is bad. I'll show you worse. Sorry to create such emotion, but as you've seen it, there is not much can be done. I just want to see how his children will asleep and how he end up and what's the reason that both sides have to suffer.
Mr. Kesh, Stephen mentions in the live stream that these officers were fired and they may face charges, and there were riots all across the US and Americans are all upset about this.
How many times we've seen this upsetness and they walk away with nothing. We've seen this from the time before Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King 60, 70 years ago went on the street because of these behaviors. We saw it in South Africa with Mandela, with the black and white. We've seen it all over the world. The question is why mankind has this behavior. And it's not now is the time of the Americans. In the past, all of us, we've done it to each other. From every banner and every way and whatever you wanted to call it has been done. The Arabs, the Egyptians, the Africans and Australians and the rest of it. The question is not just one officer, but what is in the blood of man which brings us to this point. This is what we have to find a solution, and this is where we have to change. This is the problem. This is why we're introducing so much new technologies to change the behavior of the man, step by step, step by step. You cannot make it vaccination. Are we going to vaccine the whale? Are we going to vaccine the lions? Are we going to make vaccines for every animal on this planet? I said from the beginning, just push it in faster. You see, if we hit it with a meteorite and split it, all this will split in the solar system. The best thing is to push it in, melt it, and start with a new dough. Many times I considered, and it's so easy to do. It takes me one reactor, smaller than a 3 centimeter, to detract this system, this planet out of its position. and set it on its way. One, only one. I have the knowledge. If you understand the process of electron and a proton, understand the ratio of a 3 centimeter diameter core and the planet, you understand so easy, you can just pull this in. The technology is part of the space travel technology, but you can lock it in stuff to a UFO, you can lock it into a planet. It's all the same. Send it for a spin and melt it to the core. I said to myself many times, why are we fighting here to change this place? Any other question?
Yes, we have Falah, who's been waiting with the hand up. Would you like to go ahead, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Fella from Australia.
Yes.
Mr. Kesh, I've got a few questions, but I'll answer the first one first.
You got allowed only one.
That one would be a bit long then. It would take us to. Well, they only simple question. One yes or no. That's not a long one. I bought one of these USBs that you can put in your home, and that will protect against the 5G, 4Gs, or stuff like that. Would that affect the reactors of the GANs? Would it stop the GANs to be made, or has got no effect on this one?
I do not know. I don't play with those things.
Okay, it's called.
They can fool you for anything they like, but not me.
Okay, so you don't think that neutralizer is working at all?
I didn't say that. I said you can play what you like. Next question.
The next question is, you know, like how you said, we like with the GANs, we made two different reactors, and we got the waves of different metals that we got. Like, you know, you said you made the Earth and you made the Sun, and then you put them together. So we made the waves of, for example, gold, aluminium, stuff like that.
We don't make waves of it, yeah.
The magnet field, I mean, the magnet field of, yeah. So with this magnet field that you created, like you put them, I don't know how the process works, to be honest, but my assume is that you put them right next to each other in somehow, and then that magnet field will create the magnet field of the gold. So magnet field has got no matter. How do you transfer that magnet field into the matter, into the gold?
Go back to teachings, I think is 100, 120, somewhere there.
Well, they 7 hours each, man. They're fairly long. So if you don't mind, just quickly answer that, please. That would be great.
I never answer things like this because it's a different understanding. All you become a gold producers.
No. I just had a discussion with a friend of mine, and he's a specialist in magnet, and but I couldn't convince him because I had not much knowledge about it. And
yeah, but tell him there is a very big difference between the magnetic field and the plasmatic magnetic field. With magnetic fields of matter, you can hardly ever, even you try, you can produce anything. The plasmatic magnetic field, dynamic magnetic field, is the nature of the universe. and it's the only way matter is created out. So he doesn't understand, you know, more than him.
Yeah, that's right. But
Yeah.
how do you transfer that magnet field, the plasma magnet field, into the matter? Do we use the air? Do we use water? Do we use
No, go and read the teaching. It's in there. Go and understand between the inertia and gravitational magnetic field. Then you'll find your answer.
Okay, well, if I understand that, it comes back again to the magnet field of gold. Yeah.
You can produce hydrogen, you can produce oxygen. Why do you want to create gold? You can
No, that was
produce
just
more,
an
you
example.
understand?
No, that was an example because it's the metal. It's not a gas. So just say aluminium, right? Aluminium is matter. It's just something that you can feel.
Yeah.
But the magnet field, the plasma field, they're not matter. That's nothing that you can see it. How do you transfer that?
Let me if you go back to the teaching, repeated many times. When the magnetic field of the earth and the sun interact, they create energy packs. They only become matter when they come in touch and interaction with the inertia of the planet. I cannot tell it to you any other way.
Okay, but so I understand that bit there. But when that happened, is that producing gold or that's transferring different matter to gold?
I think you don't understand the difference between matter and energy.
Well, I do a little bit, to be honest, but
so that's all it is.
No, when you say energy,
you don't get gold falling on your head. But
no,
if you put inertia of gold in your brain will change to gold. And on your head you collect dust of gold. Very simple.
Yeah. So what okay, so the energy of the gold that you produce out of the ganses, what do you put it in to produce gold? You put it
I think we are go and read about the difference between inertia and gravity and magnetic field of the technology. It's a long reading, few pages, but you should be able to do it in one go. Thank you very much. Any other question, Rick?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Carry on.
You got two more people with J names here, John and Jalal. John, go ahead.
Fine, thank you. John from Argentina. I would like to know, how could we neutralize vaccines? The governments are bringing out laws which you have to inoculate your children, yourself, to do any official paper, be it
hopefully within very short time, Keshe Foundation, in conjunction with the Iranian officials and governments and universities, will put out a technology that eradicates any use of any vaccine. In the process which is going through, technology developed by the Keshe Foundation will allow, because if we go to space, we get a virus, how are we going to do which vaccine? A fundamentally new understanding and technology had to be developed for detection, eradication, cure, and disinfection. The technology is complete, and it's just going through is what you call, hopefully, publication. There is no need for no citizen to be vaccinated, because what is the next in the space, and how many vaccines tanks can we carry with us for anything we don't know. We've got to find a new vaccine. There had to be found a direct and a complete process that can stand any bacteria or virus. And this has been established. The paper has been written and is going through a process of publication. There is no need whatsoever for man to be vaccinated in a space if man knows the process of the operation of the viruses. We do not go into saying that you don't need vaccination, that they bring the website down, but advanced technology, completely done and proven in Iran, will be offered by the Iranian officials internationally through a release of publication. In Iran, we will not vaccinate a single person ever again, because we have the knowledge and will expand the knowledge to be able to stand any vaccine. Now we understand the totality of it in space. If you don't want to get vaccinated, come and live with us in Iran. We have a beautiful Chelakaba. You don't need ever to be touched. The vaccination, what we show, is not needed even for everything else. It will be developed in more depth in the coming time, because we cannot vaccinate everyone in a space. So we had to find a fundamental process. And what we call the paper is going through its process, hopefully to be published. And with it, we end up with vaccination, at least in Iran. And any of you who does not want to get vaccinated, fly to Iran airport is going to be very cheap soon. We are in the process of doing a lot of good work in Iran. And my advice has been to the Iranian officials, Iran should be a first nation that does not put its children through the mayhem of a bunch of thieves who create anything and they call it a vaccine. So you do not need any vaccine if you are in the space. You know, when you travel to Africa, they said you need the vaccination for this virus and that virus. How many thousands of pages vaccination book you need when you go to space? It'll be more the weight of than you carry it behind you to say you've been inoculated for all of it. Vaccination belongs to the Americans and the backward mentality of the European scientists. Iranian nuclear physicists have broken the code. Vaccination belongs to the mentality of the village. Very simple. Bring your grandchildren to Iran. They don't need vaccination just. The process of vaccination does not work in a space. So the structure is there, and very soon they'll be implemented across Iran too.
I think the big question is, how can we neutralize the damage that has already been done?
According to the Senate report, the vaccination companies knew they're doing the damage and the damage is paid. And according to the Italian High Court, the damage is given to the vaccination companies. Is huge. It's mainly content of mercury, which settles in specific points in the brain. Through the enhancement unit, we can extract this. We can set the units for a specific job to extract. And we can actually give you the mercury back in the bag to take it home. As we said, we'll make Iran the center of the new technology and peace. Walk with me another 3 months. You will understand. We had a delay in publishing and work because of the, what we call, again, the workers were delayed. The man in the pink trousers you saw, we had to get rid of her in the Iranian Keshe Foundation. And everything from literally her fake departure to the rest of it has opened all the doors. You say we promised you 2 weeks, 4 weeks, yes, because we had the famous implant of Belgian spies who went into Iran working for the masters. And it's strange enough, it's when we kicked her out and that died, they tried to bring another one in. And we are fully aware that 2 was running around Keshe Foundation still. But they're working, and the paper hopefully will be published now that we got rid of this agent of Belgium in the name of the Iranian nation carrying a Spanish passport. And she's disappeared. She's gone, but she's still causing problem in the background, but that's how they deal with her research. But when the paper comes out, you will understand. There's no need for vaccination according to the new space technology. And through understanding of the enhancement units, we can extract mercury from the brain. It's not a problem, even in its minutest level. As we said, we have to be very prudent, and now it took us some time to get rid of this destructive person inside the Keshe Foundation, wearing the clothes of a sheep but being a wolf underneath. Now we are moving very, very nicely. Any other question?
Liliana had asked in the Q&A a couple of questions. One of them is, can the 1 Cup 1 Life plasma water be used to treat other diseases or pains other than the corona disease?
There is a lot of application for these cups, but we concentrate on what we have and what is going to be published, and the rest of it will come up as we see. Different people are testing it for different things, and it's getting used for a variety of things with amazing result.
She also says the cup of the man is the representation of that internal device that we have, and that if we know how to use it, we connect with the divinity and also the Akashic records.
What?
I think she's making the comparison here between the cup of the man is the representation of that internal device that we have, and that if we know how to use it, we connect with, I guess, both the divinity and also the Akashic records or Akashic registers, she says. Do you know what you've heard that a term, Akashic records?
Akashi, yes. That's what Wang Lin was talking about.
Oh, Akashic, okay.
Yeah. I know nothing about Akashi.
Okay.
I know the theory and the principle behind it, but I cannot tell you any more than that.
Okay, she had one other question, which is when we connect with another person at a distance in the field of therapies and feel what they feel, why does that happen?
Because you have the same strength field in that level as that person. That's all. You have to have a matching field of strength. And if you are as good as some people who know how to reach the full spectrum, you can do anything you like in any kind of emotion. I heard in one of the teachings yesterday somebody saying, oh, we heard what Mr. Keshe said in the Tuesday teaching about standing in front of other people and doing this and that. And if you had my knowledge, you can get a king dancing on his head. But we have kept respect for them. We put them pink trousers on them. If you understand, if you comprehend how the universe works, then you'll understand you don't need to do much. The problem with us is how we understand the connection. It's just knowing what to touch and how to get in touch in the dimension of the field of the soul. If you can do that, then you can reach anyone. This is one of the biggest problems we know from the securities. They say, how does Keshe know more or less the chit chat of the president with his wife under the blanket? They looked for many places to find out how I reached them and how I know so much. And I preempt sometimes. You people don't understand what we preempt, because I sit in your soul. And what you say to your wife, I know before it goes out of your mouth. That's simple. Doesn't matter if you've got a blonde hair or a black one or you're bald. We sit inside you, and the sooner you realize we can do what we like. But as I said, we don't interfere. You got to commit the crime, not us. We are monitored. We watch. We are not part of it. You're not taking the punishment of your soul. It's yours, and you have to make a decision. And in so many ways, the punishment suits the crime. And that's for you to be done with your soul. Anything else?
We did have Jalal with his hand up, but he's taking it back down. I'm not sure. I'll allow you to speak there, Jalal. I know you've had it up and down a few times, probably as you're busy and so on.
Yes,
Yeah.
Rick, thank you. I did have a question in the beginning. I think Mr. Cash did answer it, but I will phrase it again to make only the comparison. Mr. Cash, you are using the magnets to control the plasma and the gases in the matter state of the plasma. And
Are you from last century or
comparing,
the century before?
no, I'm saying comparing to that in the physicality of the human being.
What do you mean?
The magnets in the matter state controlling the gases and the plasma of the gases. And we are, as a human being and body and all these plasmas, which is the controller of that. Like the magnets, I mean.
Where do you see the magnets controlling the GANs? Do you mean matter level magnets, Jalal? Is that what you mean?
In the work of Mr. Cash, he is using the magnets as a matter state to control the plasma.
Yes, I still do, but that is for a different purpose.
Yes, to achieve that in the body state, in our body state. What is equal to that? And I think you answered it today by using the soul and the emotion. Or am I wrong?
I carry, sometimes I used to carry as much as 100,000 euro of magnets with me. But I use magnets for a totally different purpose. Magnets, if you know how to use it, you can do a lot, but magnets keep you in a matter state. You have to understand that you cannot do what you do with the gases in a space with magnets. Magnets are matter state condition strength. So how do you want to play?
Another level of that we are still here on Earth.
Yeah.
So we can use the water to create this magnets effect. And learning process.
Yes. But what do you want to do? What is your objective? Why you suddenly moved into magnets?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr. Cash. Why?
I say, why have you suddenly moved into playing with magnets?
This is for 3 weeks now.
So you gone backwards?
Yes.
Why?
To understand.
Let us know what you understand. You see, Americans and some scientists have used the magnets to create some sort of flights. They have created magnets to create some sort of different conditions. But nowhere in the universe you have magnet the way we see it. There are some places, but as we see it on Earth with the iron, it's just if you take the angle of the planet and in so many ways through a special way you create a condition of field forces, you can magnetize iron, and that's why it's magnetic here. In other part of the universe doesn't have this property. So what's the use of arriving in planet Zeus and your magnet doesn't work and you fall because it's not magnetic anymore? Your magnetic flight fails. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Cash, understand.
So how do you want to play it?
Why you brought up the reactors today?
Because it had a purpose. I should have brought it up a couple of weeks ago, but a lot of people need to move on. We are speeding up in a way.
So I think we are on the same track.
No, we are far away from the same track. I know what you're up to, but it's far away from the same track. I'm going to tell you something. Take some of your blood and put a magnet on it. See if any of the iron from the blood sticks to it. Plasmatic universal magnetic field do not fit into matter state magnetic field anywhere in the universe except in one condition. And in the teachings before, I've explained that. And if you go in a combination of understanding it, you're going to end up in deuterium. Even that in some part of the universe.
Why do you think I'm going to use the magnets, Mr. Cash?
I don't know. You're telling me you're using
No,
magnets.
I am not saying that. I am saying, what is the equal to the body of the man? Equal to the magnets what you are using with the plasma and the gases. And in a way, what I understand from the teaching today, I understand it.
So that's good.
And one thing
Now-
more, Mr. Cash, before you,
Yeah.
we are not giving up in the humanity.
Oh, listen, if I was going to give up on humanity, I would have been back on planet Zeus.
Yeah, you want to melt them, my God.
I have everything, and I've got what I want to take with me too. So come, I have no reason to stay behind. I saw today humanity. I've got my soul at peace. I can go. I got what I came here for. So mankind doesn't kill anymore. Mankind doesn't see what we see in these pictures. We are ready to go.
So we are in the transition.
We are what?
In the transition.
The universe has been in transition and will be forever as long as there is life in the universe.
Are we there yet?
Nah, we never get there, unfortunately.
This is your world, huh?
I know my word, I created it. You got to understand that the knowledge of the universe is far even beyond plasma. But this is as much as man can understand today. It's very much like last century. If we would have told you about nuclear in 2020, they would have said, "Bleh." In 2040, you managed to understand about the atom. And now you're nuclear, and now we've gone to the plasma, and the blondie wants to go back to nuclear, like you want to go to magnet. So it's amazing what we can do. And I received a beautiful picture today. I sent it to some of our friends. I think it's something is good for you if I can find it. This is for our American friends. Is known. I never do these things, but I think this is fantastic. It has a lot of meaning. It's how the Chinese see the American president to have a cup of tea. And it's, if you understand the whole idea behind it with the Chinese sense of humor, this is a brick of tea, and it's got the haircut of the President Trump. It's called Trump tea. It'll give you a lot of headaches. I think the Chinese friends are laughing their head off because they know what it means. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
You're welcome, Jella. I can see you coming out as a very nice teacher. You're understanding beyond the line.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. I hope I am.
Okay, our next questioner here in line is Azar. Go ahead, Azar. Is your microphone working? Okay, apparently not. Next person is Philip.
You're reaching the time nearly.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Are you there?
Good afternoon. Where are you from?
This Philip from New Zealand. I was just wanting to. I wanted to touch on something else, but so I was just wondering if the universal fields is that like the hexagon cloud over Saturn.
I don't understand what you're trying to explain.
Like the absorption of the universal fields is that like the shape of the hexagon, the three layers of the skin. Because yeah, you said that the hexagon was that shape so the fields can flow through it without them clashing. And that kind of made sense that when you look at like the carbon structure of how things are made up, it's all made of hexagons, like the honeycomb and the beehive and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, because in one of the other previous teachings, you went on about the 12 with the 6 at each point of the hexagon, and then on the outside of that, there was another 6. And I just thought it might be like the 3 layers of the skin, the absorption of the, like the principle, like what you said before about the principle to the transmission and then to the matter state.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
So if I were to like load up reactors in a hexagon shape and then have the one in the middle, would that create the dynamic field for the reactors to work? Like if I loaded up one, like say 60 liters, and then maybe
that is a very tricky game to play.
I mean, so I had one at 60 liters, then another one at like say 30, and then 10 or 5, you know. Just so, it's just sort of the same reason why the pyramids are smaller than each other. So one gives the fields to the other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just something I wanted to experiment with, because, yeah, I mean, like, sort of this to me is like my first job, and my second job's like driving a machine sort of thing, you know what I mean? Because, yeah, I'm kind of...
I don't understand exactly what you're trying to do.
Like, to create the dynamic field, would one have to set up like GANTS reactors in a hexagon shape, like the hexagon cloud over Saturn? You know, like how it's pulling fields into it. And
yeah, we can play with that. This is how it's done in a combination structure in most of the upper atmospheres of structures with a nanomaterial.
so, yeah, another thing with the enhancement units, would one be behind the other one and create like a figure eight to one another, sort of like the cigar shaped UFO sort of thing.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's just all I wanted to ask for now. But yeah, because I kind of
Thank you very
waiting
much.
for someone else. Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Thank you, Philip.
Thank you.
We have Mark Curran. Would you like to go ahead? And we'll try Azar again after that, and Stefania as well, if we still have time.
I think Azar is having a heart attack. She can't get in. I think it could be better send the SOS to Azar.
Well, okay, we'll see. We'll hear from Mark first, and then we'll let Azar open up.
Yeah.
Mr. Kesh, Mark from Cape Town.
Yes.
I just want to say, listening to today's teaching, people mustn't think it's all doom and gloom, because I always remember what you said in all the previous episodes, that you have come here and you have never, ever failed.
Yeah.
So they must remember this, what I'm saying. Thanks.
I don't fail. I can't fail. That's why I'm still stuck here. If I go back reporting to the boss, he won't send me out next time.
Okay, Azar, here's your chance once again.
Good morning, Mr. Kesh.
At last, yes, Azar. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning for me. Good afternoon for you.
What happened with your microphone? Woke up or wasn't waking up?
No, it's just was asking me for password, and I didn't know what was the password. I never had to use password for speaking. So what happened? Just kicked me out.
Do we need a password to speak?
I have no idea. It just came to give me a password, and I don't remember I have password my speaking. So I came to just put a password, just it kicked me out. So I just came back again.
There is no password. Somebody is tricking you. It must be your brother playing game with you.
No, I don't know. Something wrong with my computer.
Or it's got something to do with the channel. I don't know. You gotta find
Yes, it's more than challenge, Mr. Kesh. I want to go back to, is a couple of things, because I'm trying to, again, put the dots together. One time you spoke about, this is the third time humanity got to this point where we are. It means twice in the past, we got to this point and we failed. It means the whole thing was destroyed. So it means the Creator has given to the third time going through the same thing. That's one thing. And then through the development of the creation, at one point you described that when Kohan was made, the amino acid, if we had added one more thing to it, we could have protect ourselves against the viruses. And one thing, another thing is, at that same time, we had the opportunity to make the soul the boss, but we didn't do it again. We went and we put the soul in the cage again. I mean, at that point when you were explaining it, that was a choice. And then if the Creator had gone through the third time creating us and going through the same process, why couldn't we make it correct?
No. It didn't go through creating you the third time. It's the third time we are teaching you to become human, to become correct. There's a big difference.
So this is the third time we're trying to be human.
They're trying to get you lot graduate to become correct.
So what kind of a class are we that we failed twice and then still we just not getting it?
I don't know.
Have a look at the picture we looked at earlier.
But my question is, I mean, you imagine, imagine in a school of, we go to the class, we go to a school, we all went to school. You go to school and then the teacher fail you, you come back again.
I never been to school.
I mean, you never been to school, but I mean, we all been. What is the Akashic record then? Because when we go back to Akashic record has the history of all the last twice that we failed.
Well, that's your way. I don't know what even Akashi is. Okay, carry on.
I must say, Akashic record is the place when you go to that empty space, you get all the information about everything, about the creation. That's Akashic record.
Yeah, I know, but do you believe in that?
Yes, I believe in that because, you know, because once I get to that space, all the information you need about the creation, you download it.
Then why do you ask questions here, Azar?
Can I Azar,
because I haven't gotten there.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What is your next question?
What is my next question? This is the, I don't have any more question. Actually, I was stopping myself from asking questions. But it became a habit of me, I guess.
Yeah. I think we still got to put you on the panelist that you have a first buzzer.
No, that's okay. I'm not going to ask any more questions because it seems like anytime I ask questions, there's more question comes up. So I might as well not ask any.
So that's where the maturity comes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The reality is the only advantage with mankind compared to the past is now you have a better communication system that we can reach more or less everyone.
Mr. Cash,
before when we taught the first time, it was kept by the priests and became a tool to abuse. The second time wasn't worse much, not better off. This time we don't trust no one except the man and his soul. So a little bit harder, but we'll get there.
But Mr. Cash, was I here before the last two times or is this the first time I'm here?
I don't know. I didn't see you in the queue.
Because I want to know what I did.
I'm an old man with a very bad memory.
But were you here the last two times also?
The soul is the same, of course.
That's why I have a lot of dream about you. Maybe you were in my two last time when I was here.
Oh my God, don't go there. I said I have enough problem with Caroline, with women dreaming about me.
Because Mr. Cash, I always have dream about you. I mean, again, I had a dream about you last night.
Oh my God. Can we change the subject, please?
Yes. I'm done with my questioning.
You I got interrogated by God.
Well, there's unfortunately two more behind that one. So we have Stefania next. But maybe first you can answer the question from Jeanette in the Q&A, which is simple, short one.
Can we answer the short one?
I thought we start with the short one. Parallel universes, do they exist?
No.
Okay.
Even the twin stars which work on the same basis don't have the same lifestyle. They don't create the same conditions for creation.
What about parallel universes or parallel worlds existing at the same moment?
No, we cannot. Impossibility. Absolutely impossible.
What about the world of the soul and the world of the physicality in a way?
That exists. They are two different. Of course they do.
So they
live.
One
lives off the other one, but they don't live parallel. If it was parallel, man would have never committed all these atrocities. Man, physicality would have lived the same as his soul. Impossible. The reason man creates so much mess is because his environment continuously changes and he has to fit into it. It's one big mess of hodgepodge mixed up. And so he has got to adjust to it, and he makes every trick to be there to adjust. If it was a parallel, we could have made the soul of the physicality to a parallel life, a soul, they would have become one, and that would have been done. I would have got. But with the solar physicality, you have the diversity of the fields of the environment. And with that, the same thing happens. And then the soul has to adjust to it all the time. I feel really sorry for the soul of the man. Okay, let's see what Stephanie has got to tell us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cash. Thank you. It's not me, it's the Italian community. They make two questions.
Yeah.
Okay, number one is, it was a long time ago, this question. So it
don't
was...
ask it.
Okay.
What's the second one?
The second one was, I read in Italian and in English. Puoi chiedere se noi abbiamo tecniche di guarigione delle emozioni tipo F logosintetiche che possono facilitare il passaggio di controllo dell'elevazione. She's asking, Antonella, she's asking if we have a technique of healing of our emotion, like EFT or logosynthesis, that I don't know how to translate in English, that can facilitate our control towards evolution.
Can we have a translator somewhere, please?
Did you understand? So they ask. So she asked if we have a translation of this. It's logosynthesis. I don't know how in English, logosynthesis. But she said...
somebody can explain, translate.
Okay, 1 second. I ask the person, maybe, the one who make the question. I'm going to ask her. Just a second.
I knew it would be a tough one for you.
We have to do something else people think we're cut off.
Yes, and we're a minute over our 4 hours.
La
logosintesi è una tecnica che permette di superare le emozioni senza, diciamo, passarci attraverso, ma capendole da un punto di vista energetico e neutralizzandole.
Okay,
così come poi anche EFT.
Okay, he said that it's a technique where you understand emotion, I think through the strength of the fields. If I understood correctly. Antonella sta dicendo che questa tecnica tu capisci le emozioni senza andare attraverso, ma capisci con campi magnetici e poi le cambi, le metti neutrali. Antonella, mi senti?
Sì, si neutralizzano
Antonella,
proprio, si libera l'energia contenuta in esse.
We need a translator to translate from her English to English. Carry on.
Yeah, basically, she said that you use this. You use the strength of the energy of the motion to neutralize the motion itself, if I understood correctly.
I don't understand.
Okay, maybe me too.
I think you're talking about judo, and I don't think we mentioned about judo today, but I could be wrong. Is that what she's talking about? And we're really getting short on time here to get under the 4 hours. Otherwise, we won't be able to have this transcribed because of this.
She's gonna try to say it in English. And then she's gonna try. Okay, they can hear you. Ci sentono?
EFT significa Emotion Freedom Technique e consiste in una tecnica di picchiettamenti su i contenuti emotivi, da cui noi facciamo fatica a liberarci, e anche contenuti che abbiamo dimenticati, che sono nel nostro subconscio, ma che diciamo influiscono sulla nostra visione del mondo e anche sul nostro modo di comportarci e reagire all'altro, quindi anche sulla rabbia, sulla paura. Io vorrei sapere se queste tecniche, che sono quelle di cui noi abbiamo adesso padronanza per controllare e gestire l'emozione, se possono servire o se c'è altro che possiamo fare per elevarci appunto dal punto di vista del problema emotivo.
Okay, so she said that there are this technique that I think you tap into this energy pack of emotion and to balance out those emotion. And she said if there are other techniques you suggest to have to neutralize or to be in control of this emotion. This is my understanding of her question.
I don't understand at all. Something beyond me.
Stefania, you
Yeah.
can refine the question and maybe we'll have it next week because it's
Yeah,
taken
no
5
problem, no
minutes
problem.
to try to
Top.
get the question
I
through
think
and
it's a
it's still
brilliant idea.
confusing, so it's probably better not to
Thank you.
No problem, no
today.
problem.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Why do we get to this point every time with this, Stefania?
Well, sometimes she's clear and sometimes it's a fuzzy channel.
Yep. It depends where you land, which way you land, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, Nikolai had his hand up, but I think he probably should keep that question for next week so we can end things here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's say Nikolai say what he has to say and then we can go.
All right. Go ahead, Nikolai.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gesh. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you very much. So my question I put into the Q&A here, let me just read it. If we consider the vertical people, known as plants, which carry magnesium in their structure, why do we see the killing behavior only in the mammals who carry iron in their structure? If the earth carries a field strength of iron in its structure, how did the vertical beings overcome this problem that the rest of us have not understood?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so I make a mention that the earth has a field strength of iron, and it's not the core, which is iron that we believe in the matter state, but we have a connection with that as the mammals on this planet. But the vertical beings have magnesium in their blood structure. And so how come they've been able to overcome this where the rest of us have not?
I'm lost. Repeat on me. Third time maybe it goes in my head.
Okay, let me read it again as I said it. If we consider that the vertical people, known as plants, carry magnesium in the structure of their blood, why do we see the killing behavior only in the mammals who carry iron in their structure?
Plants kill as well. Plants are not so innocent. Some plants do, but plants create a condition that they pick up energy of the amino acid at the raw state. Without it, they cannot live. And the animals which kill, we have animals with no red blood. We have even a blue blood and it still kills. It's the habit of this planet.
Okay, yeah. So once in another conversation with a knowledge seeker, we spoke about it was actually earlier this morning, I believe, we spoke about the field strength of the earth being at the level of, the iron, but not in the way that we consider that there's an iron core. So has this got to do with the field condition of that within the planet's core?
It's a combination of two. What is in a combination of the fields of the planet core is what the planet absorbs to itself. We first absorb a field, and then through inertia we convert it. So for us to see a matter as a matter, we have to have both its strength in the center core and as an inertia on its surface, or somewhere in its, what do you call it, in its layers. And so it's simple in how to do it. It's very simple. This is the way it works. Okay. Any other question?
Oh, I have many, but I'm going to leave it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I asked too many questions. He told me leave, go there and sort out there. Next time when he come back, we'll answer some of it. And I'm still stuck here. Haven't managed to go back yet.
Very good. Well, I hope we can all assist you with that as we all go through the same process.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for today. Thank you very much for at least some of us trying to take that bridge to go one level higher, that we can cross that threshold of being able to maybe jump over the fence of the gravity of the earth, or if we become a little bit better, we can jump over through the soul without the machine. And then those of us who are actually get good at it have a chance to meet the Creator in presence of. Life is cheap on this planet, and we've seen it how cheap. But on the other hand, what we taught today is for those who understand and they can grasp it, that maybe through the elevation of their soul, mankind will find a salvation for his soul. But in essence, we will come to a point of what we call maturing, to be able to cross this landscape of Earth and the rest of the universe. Thank you very much for today. Thank you very much, Rick, Stanley, and the whole Keshe Foundation team in the background.
Very good, Mr. Keshe. Thank you once again for yet another Knowledge Seekers Workshop. 330 of them so far. And this has been for Thursday, May 28th, 2020. What do we have to announce? We have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up once again on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central European Time. And any other announcements? Going once, going twice. Thank you, everybody, for attending today's workshop. See you next time around.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate